There we go. For the Radiant team, we have Sand King Grimstroke opening. For the Dire, we have Marana Undying. So it looks like Radiant going with one offlaner into support. Dire probably having both supports picked up in this first phase here. Probably turn the music down once you get in the game, but Abaddon, Night Stalker, Caudle, PL, and Jug bans, which is, I guess, the carry player on Dire plays those types of heroes, and then obviously the Lina ban coming out due to the Sand King. Lifestealer, very annoying to play against. Let's see what Dire picks. Maybe like a Centaur type hero is always good. Axe is still in the pool. Go with the Gyro early pick. And they just respond with an Ogre, so probably a support Ogre coming out. And there's the Centaur pick, so classic offlane hero, and Radiant's just going straight into it. I guess they really saw the Centaur pick coming out. They go right for the Wraith King. See what Dire bans out to set up Sev's hero. Probably like some OD their Invoker ban, so I guess the Radiant mid picks Invoker, the OD ban coming out from the Radiant, maybe looking to set up some sort of melee mid laner. If they go Kunkka, they're just gonna get monkeyed. Then again, could be just setting up for like an Ember Spirit pickup or something. Radiant dipping into the reserve time for the first time. And they have 2 minutes to think about it, pretty much. They want to make sure they can get the best pick possible. I mean, that's the issue with the 9th pick. You have to make sure there is a Pango left in the pool for Dire, and I'm tempted to think that they're just gonna snap pick it up. Unless Radiant just picks some sort of Monkey King type hero. Very odd Radiant bans and only banning one mid hero. I don't think we'll see Arc Warden coming out from the Dire just due to the Wraith King and Sand King being able to get on the Arc Warden, but you never know. Also, the Invoker ban definitely does not say Arc Warden to me. They're gonna go with the Necrophos. Interesting middle lane pick. almost feel like a Pango pick is a bit worse now, but they go for the Arc Warden. I guess they really like that Necrophos type matchup. And in literally game 1 there is an Arc Warden. Very nice. Try to get in contact with a co-caster. Alright, we have a pause just starting on this game. Let me close some other tabs, that way I don't lag. Make sure I'm still... Alright. We paused, it was... The Dire. Alright, mirrored. Pause 4 builds. Sand King going double mango. Could buy the third mango, but maybe choosing not to. Make sure I don't have... There we go. Alright, on your Radiant team we have Noble 8-fold Path on your Necrophos, Millard 5396 on your Sand King, George on the position 1 Wraith King going bottom bit rate on your Grimstroke, and Gaines on the position 5 Agro Magi with the very awkward Ignite level 1. And on your Dire team, smoked up, or just running I guess because nobody bought a smoke. We have Funzo on the Mirana Drayden on the Undying, Minoy on your Centaur Warrunner, Sev on the signature Arc Warden, and in the top lane we have Gottney on his Gyrocopter. Going back into the bottom lane, we see 4 Dire Heroes converged. Hitting the arrow on the Wraith King. Looks to be in a little bit of trouble. Spark rate a bit short. Maybe he gets it with the last Decay and T-Wall. Not the best hero to get your first blood on, but it is a first blood nonetheless. Dire getting the ward to block the pull. Should be getting 2 runes here. 3 runes. Very nice play from the Gyrocopter securing that rune. Oh yeah, I have to turn my music a little bit down for this. Alright, there we go. That should be a lot better. So lanes, just pretty standard. Grim Sand King, Gyro Undying, Mirana Centaur, Ogre Wraith King. So Ogre not going for any sort of return shenanigans middle. Mirana going to try to snipe the courier mid, but little does he know it is going bottom for, interestingly enough, a Quelling Blade for the Wraith King. I guess not wanting to go into side shop, that's... I'd say it's a bad move, but it saves his courier from being killed in the middle lane. So I guess it pays off in that aspect. Necrophos already getting ahead, and meanwhile in the top lane, Sand King going down Decay is on cooldown, so I guess he just gets the big slap. But very interesting. Sand King going down to just the solo Undying. Meanwhile, Mirana able to get the kill on the Radiant Courier and snags the big creep. Halfway to level 2 already. That's very interesting, Sand King going down there. The Dire do not have any sentries on the map. And they get a kill on Undying. Looks like they got him with just the stroke of fate. Able to take him down right there and there. If I can stop missing kills, that would be great. Going for the Inkswell on the Gyro. They have level 2 on the Sand King. Probably won't be able to turn around just because of how much or how little damage Sandstorm does level 1. But Sand King eats one mango. Gyro has a full wave under his tower. Grimstroke getting the big slap against him this time. Might go down. Looks like, yep, just getting slapped by the Undying. That is 3 for 1 in the Dire's favor. Undying pretty much having all of the kill participation and death participation. DD and spawn bottom. Looks like middle lane is not going that well for Arc Warden to start off. Like his base damage is a little bit higher than Necrophos, but just Necrophos Death Pulse being able to secure that is very good. Meanwhile, on the top lane, we have another Inkswell coming out. Undying getting pretty low, but able to use Decay, tank up a little bit. This Sand King needs to back up. Gets the Soul Rip against, or not even the Soul Rip, just, what was that damage? I guess just getting right click down, not really respecting it. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, looks like just a 1v1 battle and Necrophos not respecting the Arc Warden. Already a 2k lead for the Dire team. Well, Mirana level 3 already. His Centaur is also level 3. Going straight Vanguard, has the Ring of Health. Not necessarily sure about that one, but it is good against the persistent damage of the Radiant. Meanwhile, dying top lane. The level 2 Inkswell coming out. They have the level 2 Sandstorm and the Burrow Strike online. Double Burst Strike coming out in the top lane with the Inkswell on top of it. Looks like Undying should be fine. Just taking some harassment. Dire still up that 2,000 gold lead. And with the top 3 CS on the board. Yeah, this Dire lineup looks really solid with their all 3 of their cores being Ancient 4 or higher. Runes coming out in 10 seconds. It's like a contest for the top runes, not necessarily a contest for the bottom ones. Grimstroke does not have enough for his Inkswell. Looks like he is going to go down as a result from the zombie. Gets the bounty rune, but a solo death. Meanwhile, Necrophos going down to Arc Warden mid, and that's suddenly just a 3k lead at 5 minutes. Arcane's already up for Undying, so Gyro pretty much full mana at all times. Bottom lane, mana still level 3, Centaur is level 4, bullying out the Wraith King pretty well. Not necessarily that much Ogre Wraith King can do against Centaur. This Snap Pick Wraith King not necessarily working out in their favor. Meanwhile, top lane, there are just sentries charted out. Looks like the Dire got the advantage in that one. But they have one more sentry. Able to just take it out. Sand King going straight Veil, no boots, or even a stick. But This is a 4K lead at 6 minutes. Meanwhile, Necrophos is able to kill the Arc Warden, not with the Scythe, but shortly after. Clone picking it up. Marana there for the XP. So overall, a win for the Radiant in that they killed the Arc Warden. And they killed him first, but Necrophos still going down. Necrophos also going Veil, so a bit of miscommunication between the two Radiant cores there. I'm off level 2, Inkswell killing off the Undying. Yeah, this Centaur has no qualms just being against two heroes here. He just does not care about any of it. Inkswell hits on the Sand King, able to Sandstorm out of the way. They do not have a sentry top, so... well, now they do. See if Marana does not leap for it. Goes instead for the Grimstroke. Maybe... the Sand King quelling at the last second. Able to get the sentry, so... and I think kills the Undying with the Sandstorm as well. So solid plays coming out from the Sand King. That is his completed Veil. Hopefully Necrophos will go something else. Dire still with all three of the top net worths. Centaur just chillaxing bottom, has his Vanguard up. Does not care about either of these heroes at this point. This Ogre is pretty much just sapping XP from Wraith King at this time. It's not really like he can go to another lane, but still, it's really unfortunate. Sand King burrowing top, able to get the Inkswell off. Marana with a double leap out of Sandstorm, getting away. So pretty unfortunate, the Radiant not able to do that. Meanwhile, Centaur getting a solo kill on the Wraith King, not yet level 6. 3 levels up on the Wraith King, so this bottom lane is just a complete disaster for the Radiant team. Was this guy last season? Oh, he was just Divine. Easy. I mean, yeah, that'll do it. You hit 4600 MMR and you're laning against a guy who's also Divine, but an unfortuitous matchup. Yeah, not really sure why they just snap picked Wraith King. You know, top lane, Marana going down. So full Veil plus Grimstroke coming into effect. Arc Warden sneaking behind. Necrophos just farming up the jungle. Has his second ult pretty much done. Zark completes the long walk around. Not sure if this is even worth it at this point. They can maybe even turn on him, except they don't really see him. Sand King can survive. Never mind, that's just a Stampede. I mean, Stampede used, Tombstone used. The big thing is that they forced this Necrophos to come over, or he could have just been farming the whole time. You know, Arc gets the Shrine, gets bottom, Centaur just chasing down this poor Ogre Magi. Does not have a chance in the world at surviving. Moonlight Shadow coming out for the Dire as well. 10-minute runes. Looks like Dire just get 3+1 just left there. Wraith King in the woods. 1200 from the Midas. Still having to be farmed. Yeah, Centaur gets the last rune. Wraith King is second in last hits at this time, but just... okay, kill on the Undying. It's a little bit getting Sand King a little... but they do kill the Necrophos with Arc plus Marana. This Gyro's alone in the top lane. Going straight Aghanim. It's not necessarily anything a Radiant can do to kill him unless they get a nice Burrow Veil combo, which is still possible, but With Undying back in the lane, not likely to happen. I mean, yeah, this is just the issue with going these two farm-centric cores in the Necrophos and the Wraith King. They both just kind of want to farm. I mean, Necrophos might be able to get a kill on this Centaur if all goes well, but does not look like... Oh, he gets the double, so that should be a kill. It's the 75% multicast, and pretty big kill coming out for the Radiant. On the top lane, veiled up, sandstorming the wave, just classic Sand King things. Not really anything Gyro can do in this lane now. Probably just gonna farm his Zags until he gets it. Just sit Morana or Undying top. Undying getting hit by the Stroke of Fate. It shouldn't kill him, but just the level 1 Phantom. Like 75 damage, probably about that with the Veil on him. Arcas' double Midas up, has to go back to base. Already has the Javelin as well. So pretty steady 5k lead coming out from the Dire team. Necrophos kind of just... I mean, he's tanky, just doesn't necessarily have a lot of armor or magic res at this time. Is going to get double fluxed, and will survive for now as long as he doesn't get double spark rate. As a 4-man rotation though, especially Wraith King having his farm interrupted. Alright, Sand King going Arcane Boots. Strongly disagree against that. I think he really needs a double burster or a blink at this time. His Arcane Boots do not really give him anything. Like, the burst mana is nice for Wraith King, sure, but you already have 2 sets of Arcane Boots on your team. It's not necessary. Anyways, rant over. Back to watching Gyrocopter farm. It's about 1200 away from his Aghanim. Should be on track for about 17 minutes. Centaur going off in the top lane. Does not get the snipe with the Grimstroke. Centaur salves up. Does not have that much HP from the salve, but arrow goes out. Morano also going for an ag. Centaur is stunned up. Might go down to the Sand King. Does go down to the Sandstorm. Underestimating a little bit of that damage, but the trade is the Grimstroke and the Sand King on the top lane. Undying dying mid, meanwhile. The zombies almost killing the Necrophos. Dying, maybe getting a little bit too ahead of himself. Gyro just farming, Wraith King just farming. Wraith King has his Midas. Only 600 gold towards the Radiance, but he'll get there. Gyrocopter, meanwhile, only 400 from his Zags. After that, his farm should pick up at a pretty substantial rate. Maelstrom up for the Arc Warden, just hitting the jungle creeps. Gyro hitting his jungle creeps. Centaur almost at his Blink Dagger, just a little bit more gold for that. Dire getting 3 bounties. Radiant getting the 4th and the Morana kill. Bringing 3 heroes there. Necrophos has Scythe on cooldown, but still involved in that kill. Working his way towards his hood after the Atos. Sand King about 700 away from his blink as well. If you look at the net worth chart, Dire has the top 3, but the Wraith King infiltrating that top 3 here, with Sand King not far behind. I mean, they're still in this game on the Radiant team, but this Gyro Ags is definitely a large power spike. They're going to be trading tier 1 tower, or this tower's already gone. Going to be taking this tower and not really getting anything for it besides some Gyro farm. Centaur is close to blink, Sand King's close to blink. And the main thing is just going to be this Wraith King Radiance, whether he can do anything. Wraith King able to kill the sentry. Just back to farming for him. Farming really fast with the skeletons. Centaur has his blink up, only level 1 stomp, but going more for the magic-oriented double-edge build for more burst damage rather than stun. We're on a little over halfway to her Aghanims. Is the most farm support by a solid margin. Gyro going for his own Maelstrom after his Aghanims. Sand King has his blink up and ready. This next fight will involve both blink daggers from the offlaners, whenever that fight will be. Sand King TPing mid after the Marauder has already leaped. I mean, I have to feel like this kind of slow pace favors the Radiant, even though they're down 6k gold at this point. Like, they're able to just farm the relic on the Wraith King for this. They get a kill on the Undying. Arc Warden's one place, Gyro's another place. Like, yeah, they get a Flux output. Radiant just taking the better trades right now, I think. Like, they have the Axe Gyro with the Maelstrom bots Arc Warden, but I don't know, if Radiant can just play this pickoff game, I think they're in a lot better position than they were 5 minutes ago. They have the full Atos on the Necrophos. It's just hard for them to really get to most places. Like, yeah, they're the Sand King blink, but they'll probably just wait on the Radiance. They let their mid tower go pretty much for free, since they're not getting the last hit, but and the big story is just this Wraith King has his relic nearing the Radiance. Despite his poor lane, he is only 3rd on net worth at this point. Necrophos is struggling a little bit to keep up and farm, only about 600 gold from the Marauder at this point, who is a support. Some sentry trading in the Dire jungle. Large Shrine, neither Blink Dagger really used besides that one Undying pickoff. Sand King going for probably a pipe, but still could be a mech. Necrophos working on his pipe, so probably a mech for the Sand King. Wraith King almost has his Radiance. Ether Lens coming out for Grimstroke soon. Ogre just trying to get anything he can. Mjolnir on the Arc Warden, soon to come out. Centaur going for the Crimson against the Wraith King. I feel like Pipe may be better, but Crimson helps them go high ground, helps them defend high ground. Overall, not the worst item. With nice shadowed up with the Centaur blink. It's under vision though. Marauder getting stunned up. Centaur getting linked to his Arc Warden. Large epicenter in the background. Reaper Scythe on a Centaur that's pretty much full HP. Things just falling apart for the Radiant team. 3 going down. Nothing really to be traded away. Kind of just panicking epicentering in the back along with the Reaper's Scythe on a Centaur that was very much not dying. And after pretty much no team fights for 10 minutes, you have Dire taking a 9k lead. You have the Maelstrom Ags on the Gyro. Centaur has his completed Crimson going from the base. Max Tombstone. Arc Warden really farmed as well. And they have the Wraith King Radiance. He wants to choose to fight, not using the Wraithfire Blast. Like his first life Gyro getting stunned, getting baited out by the Wraith King's first life. Gyro should be going down here, maybe a little bit too far up. Wraith King does get the kill. Going on the Centaur as well. That's 2 down for the Dire in really odd fashion, as they saw the Wraith King TP in there. When Wraith King shows up to a fight, should probably bring everybody. And I mean, it's hard to do that when Arc Wardens across the map, Moonlight Shadows down. Easier said than done. Sand going for the mech. Necro has his hold up, going for the pipe. Wraith King about halfway to his AC already, scaling the farm charts, considerable rate. Grimstroke has his Ether Lens up, so has his cast range available. Ogre has his GPM talent, so he's fine. Meanwhile, Mirana has her Aghanims, Arc Warden going for the pike, starting with the band. Undying with Glimmer Arcane Boots, needs bracers in my opinion. Centaur has his Blink Crimson up, and Gyro with Ogre Axe going for the BKB. I have a 4-man smoke coming up from the Dire team. We'll catch out the Sand King. But Sand King able to burrow away and gets mech'd up as well. Probably still going down, but a lot used from the Dire team. And, not sure what Wraith King's doing there with Reincarnation on cooldown. Looks like he just kinda suicided for the tombstone and didn't even get it. Ogre going down as well, things just going bad to worse for the Radiant team. Yeah, this tombstone did not die there. After that, it's a 10k lead from the Dire. Still have the call down to be used. Do not have the Stampede. Necrophos just getting blown up, not even able to get the Hood of Defiance. Grimstroke soon to follow. And Necrophos' game has really fallen off since having those first few waves just be free to him. Sand King getting hit by the arrow should just be another death. Wraith King has his Reincarnation up, but just does not have a team at this time. And looks like just a melee axe for the Radiant team going down in favor of the Dire. And they say, we want one more set. Have the Arc Warden ult up. It will just chew through this tower, and it doesn't really look like Radiant can do anything to stop them, but they're going to try with the Wraith King. Your Incarnation going down. Centaur very low. Going to get the Gyro as well. So solid hold from the Radiant team with the Necrophos respawn. Grimstroke dying in the background. Looks like Undying will be betrayed as well. I mean, even with losing 3 heroes, they still get the mid-racks and the top tier 3 tower. That you recap about 2k gold to the Radiant with those 3 pickups. I mean, Radiant isn't out of it yet. They still have 2 sets of racks. They have the Wraith King still scaling decently. They have the Sand King having the mech. And one big pickup for the Dire is that Gyro BKB, able to pretty much not care about any of Radiant's damage at that point, outside of the Wraith King right clicks. And even then, that's still Crimson Guard to take that off even. We're on a very deep in Radiant territory. Is going to right click the Ogre. Going to get multicasted too. Looks like she is going to go down even with the triple leaps. Arc Warden caught in pretty much no man's land will go down. And Mirana as well. Not really sure what Dire's doing with just 2 heroes in that vicinity. I guess they're just trying to get a pick off. But Radiant just bring 4 heroes to that engagement.
다이어의 중국 포탑이 공격받고 있습니다.
I mean, Radiant showing signs of life. They have the AC up on the Wraith King.
다이어의 중국 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Sev putting, if you ever play with Funzo and he says, let's kill that guy, do not listen. Probably very solid advice. And they're just going high ground off this. Tombstone is in the back, so we'll kill the creeper at a considerable margin. Does not look like Radiant will get this tier 3. They do have the Crimson Guard just in case as well. But get the tier 2, get considerable damage. Mirana dying in the bottom lane to Wraith King. Can maybe turn a little bit. Perfect opportunity for Sand King to get the Burrow Strike on the Gyrocopter. Will not get his BKB off. Mirana soon to follow. Arc Warden clone not able to get pretty much anything done with the mechanism. Radiant brings 5. They do get the gyro kill. Mirana kill, yes, as well, but the gyro kill very important. And the net worth lead is suddenly just down to 10-11k. Which is pretty manageable for a Wraith King lineup. Already has the AC. Maybe going for an Abyssal or even a Blink Dagger if he just sells a shield or something. Just saving up the gold. Necrophos with the pipe going for his Aghanim Scepter. Sand King has the full Greaves on the courier. And his Centaur, he has pipe and Crimson, but not necessarily being this huge factor in fights like he was a few minutes ago. Obviously Gyro still has his 10-second BKB. Radiant do just take the bottom tier 1 with Dire farming.
다이어의 하부 포탑이 공격받고 있습니다.
DD bottom, Mirana sitting on it. No teams have taken Roche. Gyro will take the Roche and the Moonlight Shadow. Sentry here to watch there, but none for Necrophos, but he should. He sees something is awry, TP's out of there. So another Moonlight Shadow. Not really getting anything done on the Dire team. Basher up for the Wraith King, going to be flying out to him. Grimshore going for a Hex, still very far away, but the double Hex definitely something that's strong against these Dire heroes, especially if you can get it off on a Gyro before the BKB. Ogre Magi has Glimmer, pretty set. Bots, Ags for Mirana, pretty greedy build, but if he can farm, it can pay off. Not sure if this is the farming game. Radiant get the top 2 bounties. Arc Warden going for a Hex of his own. Blade Mill soon to be up on the Undying. Centaur going for Lotus, pretty standard, and Gyro going Satanic to tank up. Pretty standard items coming out for everyone except the Mirana. But hey, he's just here to have fun. Overall, just a pretty static time, just both teams trying to farm up their items, trying to wait on the Moonlight Shadow to come back online. They almost have the full Satanic on the Gyrocopter. It's definitely a go time for them, and as well, they have the full Hex up on the Arc Warden, So once they have those big 2 items on Dire, they're going to look to push, but Radiant might beat them to it. Having 5 mid, if Dire can get a nice initiation, but meanwhile Sand King going up, getting the Mirana, Dust also coming out, 3-man stomp on the Centaur with the Stampede. This might not be the fight that the Radiant wanted. Despite getting the Mirana, he does buy back, Moonlight Shadow used, but they are under sentry. Big epicenter coming out, killing off the Undying. This Gyro is still very huge in this fight, does not look like he is going down at all. 3 to fall from the Radiant in exchange for the 2 Dire supports. Radiant pretty much blowing everything they have and still not coming up that much. They'd used the Necrophos Assault, even with the double ult on pretty much no one. And that 10-second Gyro BKB lasting just long enough for him to tank through pretty much everything. So yeah, while this is only like 11,000 to 15,000 damage, this Gyrocopter and this Arc Warden clone pretty much tanked a lot of damage throughout all of that, and Gyro just constantly healing with that Morbid Mask, with that Side Gunner. So even while the damage is somewhat similar, not at all similar with the result in the... And just Radiant taking the second set of racks, pretty much uncontested. Sand King will be up in 5, but no epicenter. Necrophos and Wraith King down for at least 20. Mirana pushing in the bottom lane. They probably won't go for 3 sets, but they might. Who knows? If they do, they do. If not, Roche is always an option. Looks like they're going for that 3rd set, bringing in both Arc Wardens as well as having the Gyro, pretty much their entire team. Tombstone off cooldown as well. Looks like Radiant's last stand. They do get the Mirana picked up fairly early in the fight. Gyro BKB is used, does not have the Satanic. Centaur getting very low, pops the pipe after taking the Reaper Sight. 3 dead on the Dire team, and this game is definitely not over. Going for that 3rd set of racks and getting caught similar to how they did with the 2nd set a few minutes ago. Still a very uphill battle for the Radiant team. Yeah, this time the damage was a bit better for the Radiant. Able to get the key Mirana pick off right away, getting the Centaur with the Scythe. I know he didn't die to the Scythe, but just taking a chunk of his damage down with it. And him using Pipe afterwards. This definitely is not out of the question for Radiant to come back, but just depends on how much Dire is willing to give to them. Like if Dire plays this game how it should be, this should just be a Roshan to Mega Creeps into one last fight, but might keep it interesting here. We'll see. Ato's coming out for the Undying. Very nice Force Staff by his Arc Warden to keep him alive. Tombstone is up. So, yet another stalled push from the Radiant. They do not have the Wraith King there, so they cannot push. This Necrophos Sand King do like 10 damage to towers. Like, if Arc Warden just gets a BKB here, he can just man-fight and kill everyone. Instead, going for the E-Blade, very odd pickup. Wants to do the big damage. It does give 40 Agi. Wanting to do more of that. BKB, boring item, understandable. The full Lotus is going to be up for Centaur very soon. Saving for the buyback at the moment. Wraith King has his BKB, going back for it after the Basher. Sand King going Plate Mill. Probably a Lotus, I would say. Maybe a Shiva's, but would expect the Lotus coming out here. And yep, he picks up the energy booster. Necrophos has his Aghanim, so does have the shorter cooldown. I don't know, I think this hero's Ag is pretty garbage nowadays, but does have it. Scythe is up for the Grimstroke, so he has... They have the initiation, but the issue with the Radiant team is being able to 100 to 0. They give this Gyre with 2700 health. in the Centaur with 3,300. It's not going to be easy trying to get these guys down. Art takes the Spark Wraith cooldown. They do get double Hex. Gyro just getting blown up, not able to use BKB. 2 heroes down for the Radiant right off the bat. The Centaur, no matter how tanky he is, will get bursted down. And Radiant just getting the better initiation there. The Grimstroke Hex revealed, completely catching Gyrocopter off guard there. I don't know if it wasn't pinged out or what, but pretty risky maneuver for the Dire to go for that without an Aegis on that Gyrocopter. Like, yeah, the Gyro might have 2,700 health, the Centaur might have 3,300, but if you get soulbound hexed by a Grimstroke, then it can just be killed from 100 to 0 just like that. I mean, Radiant with a couple aces in the hole, they have the Gyro, or they have the Grimstroke Hex. The previous fight, they were able to get the Undying very early in the fight, as well as just being able to control the Centaur and the Gyrocopter. I mean, they might have to... Do they have to use the Centaur buyback here? They don't have the Tombstone in place for this fight, so... They will now... Centaur having to buy back. Wraith King, 1 life about to go down. Meanwhile, Undying just getting destroyed. Buyback from the Undying as well. Maybe it's Radiant's turn to go too far in. Gyrocopter getting to slack off on everyone. Meanwhile, Wraith King battling 4 heroes by himself. Necrophos a little bit far behind, but looks like Radiant might just have to retreat. Necrophos does get hexed, double flux. Teeth looks to be going down. Grimstroke knows he's in a precarious situation. Just throws his life away. Ogre maybe going down as well. Yep, gets caught by the hoof stomp. Does not juke. Arrow missing, but Gyrocopter picking up the kill. And hard for Radiant to go up high ground. And everybody's just allergic to Roshan. Poor Roshan. But hey, Dire's here to do it. Triple buybacks, go Roche, end the game. Pretty much standard stuff. Awkward, taking the Spark Wraith damage, so... Lots of magic damage coming out. Radiant going for a play, are able to still fight after the Roshan. Necrophos getting pretty low despite the pipe is going to fall with the Ogre Magi. Does not have buyback, and this is pretty much just Radiant's last stand. They cannot... I mean, Dire's just too strong at this point. They do have the Sand King buyback, but they do not have the buyback on the Wraith King or the Necrophos. Marana does die. Looks like this is just going to be GG, and it does come out. This game going to the Dire team. Strong start, a little bit of iffiness towards the end with a couple high ground pushes, but all in all, Radiant just could not even up the barracks at all without the Wraith King being there at all. That's one game down, going to throw it to a BRB screen until game 2 of this Funzo stack is going to be played against whoever won on the other side. Alright, I'll be back. Alright, we are into game two. Have Funzo stack against Road to Rook stack, Evolve stack, I don't freaking know. Whoever this guy is, stack. Abaddon, Morphling Ogre bands on one side, Undying Earthshaker Underlord bands on the other side, and first pick Lina, definitely going to be the +4 hero. Sev, not really a Lina player himself. Looks like first bands on each side just not wanting to play against those pesky heroes. And the rest just normal solid bands. Marana's still left in the pool, Night Stalker's still in the pool. If they want to go like a Sand King type of play. I don't know. Just going Marana +1 here is, I think, the best choice for the Dire team, but let's see what they do. Going with the Jakiro instead. Probably the 5 hero, but could be flexed to the 4. Normally when you have supports that are higher MMR, probably don't tend to play 4 Jakiro, but we'll see. Having the 8 and 9 picks, I think it's very important to pick up a flex hero if you're gonna try to run that sort of thing. It's like, yeah, if you have pick 10, you can have the immediate ban, so you're allowed to like pick a core type of hero, but they just decided to go Jakiro Rubik, so it's definitely the dire supports for this game. Yeah, if you like, having first pick doesn't necessarily have a lot of advantages, but this 10 pick, you can really secure a nice core, and then have the 2 immediate bans. Like, yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that you don't have the last pick, but you also have the immediate ban at the next phase as well. So they have the Lina, Sand King still in the pool, not the best against Rubik, but they can always just go Centaur again. They're probably looking for a Drayden hero here though, so Warlock is still in the pool. And they go the Sand King. So very solid dual core, have the Sand King and Lina. Sand King not the best against Jakiro, and can have Burrow stolen by the Rubik, but as far as laning phase goes, not too shabby. Having the Lina dissuades the AM pick as well. Because just the Sand King can maybe warrant an AM pick, but if you're an anti-mage, you definitely do not like Lina just hurling fireballs at you the entire laning phase and just being very annoying. Because you can't dodge the LSA with counterspell since it's an AoE, and then you just get right-click down if you get hit by one LSA. The Slark ban coming out, a bit weird of a ban. I don't really think Slark's that good against Alina Sand King lane, but later on very hard to catch him with those 2 heroes, so Peel banned by the Dire, good against both Jakiro and Rubik, even though Jakiro has a lot of AoE damage, very easy for Peel to dodge it. I don't really know if Gatney plays a lot of PL, but I think it's gotten banned against in both games. As far as carries go, Wraith King still in the pool, Lifestealer in the pool. Bristleback being removed, so Radiant going after all of these nice meta cores that their heroes don't really like. Lifestealer banned out from the Dire. Solid pick. Yeah, they go Dazzle, so intending to flex one of these heroes into a core position. Pretty interesting. I think this John Squid guy plays mid Dazzle actually. I think I saw it on his Dota buff right before this game. Hopefully Radiant did too, or else they're going to be very confused about what's happening.
10초 남았습니다. 5초 남았습니다.
I mean, it could be on mid Rubik, but my bet is mid Dazzle. I don't think it was a carry Dazzle, I think he was playing mid at the time. Wraith King coming out for Radiant, their carry hero. A bit risky to pick their carry before they see the enemy offlaner, but I mean, I don't know, I'm not really a fan of this whole, you have first pick, so technically you can have 2 lane counters, and then you pick your offlaner second and your carry third. I mean, I guess they thought that Dire was going to pick the Wraith King probably. Still not necessarily a fan of it, personally. Not to say that it's the worst decision. They can still definitely get some solid heroes out of it, but just a bit strange in my opinion. Dire thinking a lot about their carry pick. The pool is pretty small at this time. I think CK would be pretty solid personally because of the Sand King matchup. He can deal pretty well, and with Jakiro it's a solid kill rate, but that might just be me really liking Sand King, or really liking CK for no apparent reason. I go Spectre, very interesting. Dazzle Spectre dual core. I mean, it's definitely not standard. It's such, like, if you're a Dazzle, your timing with like the Midas or the Necrobook is going to be early, and then the Spectre is the later on. And either way, they can't really push towers, even with the Liquid Fire and the Dazzle having a Necrobook. It's, you can't push into that Sand King Lina really. So I guess Dire just going for like this 4-man group up lineup, and then they just have the Spectre out and haunting in. I mean, it's decent against Wraith King. You can get the Diffusal. I would guess that's what he's going on, but Spectre is really their only late game so far. Radiant responding with the Shadow Demon, so that's going to be their pause 5 hero. Go ahead, saving against the Spectre. Has the break on the Ags. Don't think he's going to get it this game, but still it's solid. Sets up the LSA, is able to combo with the Sand King pretty well. Not too shabby of a pick. Going into last bans, Dire bans Viper. Not sure that's a Sev hero, but good against the Spectre, has the break. This looks like a Pango game from the Radiant. Just a snap pick. Could be wrong, but if I had to guess, they know it's a Dazzle, right? I don't know if Pango does the best against Dazzle. Just because it's such a weird mid matchup. I guess Kunkka wouldn't be that bad as well. The issue with Kunkka is that Rubik, just easy Rubik steals. I guess Pango, if he steals your ultimate, it's also really huge, but having the Kunkka X and the boat can both be very hard to play against. Klink's banned by the Radiant, wanting to get rid of that sort of team fight. I guess they think it's an offlane Dazzle or something, but going to be very surprised when he takes it mid, if he does. And mid coming out from the Radiant, have the Pango, they have pretty much any Sev hero left available. If it's a Dazzle, they can even try to do something like it. And there's the Pango, right on cue. As for the Dire, op lane, Centaur, still very available, does not work with the return if Shadow Demon makes illusions of him. Fits pretty well with their lineup. It's kind of boring, but also have the axe. And they go Brood Mother. Very... I mean... kind of an awkward draft from the Dire, but... huh, that is a Brood pick. We just go Sand King mid now, right? Like Sand King mid, Pango safe lane, dual off lane, Wraith King +1. I mean, level 1 Sandstorm is hot garbage, but I think that's still better than putting Pango mid here. If I had to guess. On your Radiant side for Team Funzo, we have Sev on the... still going mid, Pangolier. Drayden on the position 4 Lina. Funzo on the Shadow Demon, switching up roles for this game. Minoy on the looks to be solo safe lane Sand King with double sentry. Ngotni on the Wraith King going the aggro tri lane. On the Dire we have Hurricane Grace on the dirty mid Brood Mother 22 pick. Evolved or Road to Rook on the Spectre. Kepler on the flashy pause 4 Rubik starting with the stick. John Squid with the pause 3 Dazzle. The Dazzle Rubik combo, and we have the Cruncher on near Jakiro. So Spectre being called out is going to get Shadow Poison, but they do still have Wraith Fire Blast into the LSA. Plenty of damage to get the kill. Shadow Demon getting that one. Jakiro hiding out, maybe trying to snag this rune. He's in kind of a weird spot. Does not grab it. Rune's just going 2-2. And Jakiro might actually be in trouble here. They do have LSA. He goes down. Looks like he'll be fine, just in a really odd spot. Let's see if Lina goes up the high ground for the LSA. Just a bit too late. I mean, that's still Jakiro back to base though, so definitely Rubik having to TP over. And Dazzle versus Sand King. This Brood Mother seems pretty small. It's a weird set. Why is this Brood so small? She just get big when she uses her ult? I digress. Platinum Brood Mother, so definitely a dirty Brood picker. The top lane, Wraith King getting pretty low, and he does not have a salve. In fact, none of them have a salve on the top lane, so Wraith King just gonna have to chill it out with just having the Tango regen with the Mango, trying to put him back up to full. Meanwhile, Jakiro just making the long path top lane. Seems Radiant have won in terms of like trying to get the lanes that they wanted, because the Dazzle does not have sentries. Even though, I don't know, this Dazzle Sand King thing is very volatile. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Wraith King getting the kill on the Jakiro. Looks like Wraith Fire Blast used. Probably a couple Shadow Poisons as well. And this Brood's starting to pick up levels. Early levels against Pango, not that good, but once he gets a few up there. Poison Touch coming out bottom, Sand King not really taking that much from it. Top lane, Shadow Demon going I guess just dying to the tower. Not waiting long enough from when he was in hit, so Jakiro does pick up that kill, does not get the experience, but it's like Lina also going down. It's a nice 3-man LSA, might be enough to save him, but no, the dual breath coming out. Rubik with the last hit, Spectre getting fairly low, should still survive here. Mid lane, Pango, top CS, some of those are spiderlings, but still nonetheless pretty impressive so far. Has the bottle, going for the javelin, but Broodmother doing brood things, getting the spiders up, just farming the jungle. She will outfarm the Pangolier even with him being able to hit the spiders. Disruption coming out on the Jakiro, LSA barely hits, but still just level 1 LSA. Jakiro getting quite a few poison stacks on him, shouldn't fall unless he gets about 5. Shadow Demon just trading a bit. Wraith King and Spectre making a little bit more. This Dazzle though, with 12 denies before the 4-minute mark. Like this Sand King not having the best lane for being a 1v1. I mean, I had to lane against a friggin' Timbersaw as a Sand King, so Sand King not kind of getting close to dying on the Sand King, despite Dazzle having no sentries in the lane. Really testing the limits. Lina LSA into Dragon Slave, Spectre getting pretty low, shouldn't die to this, but Lina will. Getting hit by the dagger. So this offensive tri-lane not really going the best for the Radiant. Sand King does end up going down in the bottom lane to the Poison Touch. Pretty unfortunate for him, and meanwhile Wraith King does get disrupted, but should still just be his death as Dire up 5-2 in kills with the first rune spawn. Sand King putting a little bit of damage onto this Dazzle. Dazzle just going to collect the runes. Radiant able to get one top with one available. Dazzle just grabbing both bottom. Brood doing the full racing build, going for the Midas. Pangolier has his javelin up, so trading supports by the Dire. Top Shrine, just Shadow Demon for Rubik. Just supports, fighting supports. Sand King still with 2 sentries. Dazzle with a nice one hidden very far back to where... This is a nice sentry placement. And Sand King won't know that he has a sentry there until it's too late. Pango keeping up farm in the middle lane. A little bit ahead on levels. This Broodmother just going full racing build, so... is to be expected a little bit. Neither hero should really die in this matchup unless Pango gets a couple bounces. And that sentry comes into play pretty much immediately. Yeah, he is able to deward the sentry, but at the cost of his own life. Dazzle going straight Necro Book. This is a level 2 Shadow Demon against level 7 Dazzle. Pango ganking top, should be able to grab the Rubik here. Meanwhile, Jakiro should be going down as well, but he does Shrine, so able to keep himself alive. Creating quite a bit of space, even though he is going to die here. Just one swashbuckle. Still very worth for taking both of the Radiant cores away from the lane. Pause coming out from the Radiant team with the DC on the Wraith King. far as levels go, Sand King's only about 2 behind the Dazzle here. Mind games coming out from the Radiant. Shadow Demon staying bottom, so maybe looking for this sort of epicenter type play. Not the easiest kill to get on this Dazzle though. He only has 960 health, but they have to get pretty much the full epicenter off, which is easier said than done, definitely. And they're going for it. Doesn't start channeling immediately, but does get a lot of the damage out. This should just be a kill on the Dazzle. Very nice play coming out from the Shadow Demon. Sticking around there. Without that pause, he definitely does not stay there. On the top lane, Lina going down to the 3 heroes of the Dire. Just stun into dagger into dual breath. Hero can't really go anywhere after that. Pango asserting dominance a little bit on the Spectre. Or Spectre, Broodmother. Brood has the Midas going into the Aghanims. This Wraith King doesn't really have an area to farm now. A tri-lane with this Brood and this Spectre. Don't know how I'm getting these heroes mixed up. And they're only bringing 2 heroes to this. Yeah, this should just be a dead Wraith King. Not necessarily sure what they're doing with only 2 heroes there. This Lina has to be top or else they're not really getting any kills. Sand King really needs to get this Helm of Iron Will. His regen is not very low, and this Dazzle's physical damage is completely obliterating him. Meanwhile, Pangolier going top, bounces once and twice, and should be able to get this kill on the Rubik. Just one more bounce. Shadow Demon taking the kill, Wraith King going middle instead. Still pretty far from his Midas. Not sure he's going to find a lot of farm here with the spiders. Meanwhile, Sand King Lina just chilling against the solo Dazzle. Oh, they missed. Not sure if they get that kill even with it. But the Dazzle with the Spectre. Oh wow, this Sand King turning on the Dazzle, able to kill him. This Dire team, not really sure what their goal was for that. Sand King finishing up the Veil. They're probably able to pick up this Lina on the backside, but meanwhile the other Dire support going down to 3 Radiant heroes. Pretty even game so far. Looking at the net worth, we have Pango and Brood about even at the top, and then 4 cores just scattered along there. The real winner of these last few minutes has definitely been the Sand King, getting killed twice by the Dazzle, only to have 2 really solid kills, one with the Shadow Demon, then one pretty much just set up by himself as he mans up. Looking bottom, we have Spectre avoiding the Pango gank. The trees, that looks pretty sick with that double damage rune in the ball, honestly. Pango all down, not a long cooldown, but still something. Shadow Demon being run down by the Dazzle in the top lane. Should just walk it off. Shadow Demon very questionable maxing Shadow Poison instead of Soul Catcher. I know it's probably to kill the spiders, but having Soul Catcher as pure damage does a lot more in my opinion. Nonetheless, it's still a better D-push spell. Dazzle almost having his Necro 1-up. Will get stunned by the Lina. Let's see if the Radiant are able to deny this tower. They are not, but the catapult does get it, so. This Rubik is level 4 with arcane boots. That is pretty interesting. I don't think there's another hero on the map that's less than 6. But he is the most farm support with level 4 at 12 minutes. Sand King with an arcane boots pickup, not necessarily a fan, considering he still has a mango and having the int from Veil, and having one arc boots already on his team, with another one soon to follow, but it's an item. Shadow Demon running through the Macropire, not necessarily sure what he's doing. Only has the 4 stacks on the Jakiro. Pingo roll is stolen by the Rubik, will not be able to get it off. Pingo stunning the Brute as well, but Dazzle is nearby. Has the Necro Book available if he wants to throw it out, but just looks like a Rubik for the Shadow Demon trade. Spectre is going Radiance. Not necessarily sure where he's going to farm for that, but the Sand King looking pretty nice on net worth. Does have his arc boots, so the blink will be kind of delayed, but nonetheless, still is probably a decent timing on it. Wraith King has his Midas up, going Radiance himself. So all in all, this Broodmother pick not really snowballing anywhere. We'll have to see once she gets her Aghanims, but Dazzle getting caught out in the bottom. Radiant jungle to 3 heroes. Looks like they used Demonic Purge, able to take Dazzle down. And I mean, a lot of this is just this Dazzle's strong start in a solo lane, just kind of falling off as a core. Dire's taken 1 tower, only the Radiant top tier 1. Like it's pretty hard to fight as a Dazzle when you have a Spectre farming this area, and you have a Brood farming this area. It's like they throw 3 heroes bottom and you just have 1 here, 1 here, 1 here for the Radiant, and then you just throw like 1 Sand King here and they can't take the tower. Lina being gone in the top lane, Rubik stealing the Dragon Slave. Should be able to still get the kill using the Macropire. Does secure it. Shakira with the very interesting Dual Breath Max build. So both carries on the road to Radiance. Just skirmishes until then, I'm sure. 15-minute runes coming out. Dire picking up both bottom. Shadow Demon snagging 1 top. Not going to run for the other one. Knowing that is certain death if he runs there. Bots up for the Pangolier. A bit early on the bots, but just wanting to be in fights as necessary. Going for the Diffusal next. I think normally you see the arc boots on the Pango into eventual bots, but just deciding to go for the bots here. And pretty much a free pickup on this Jakiro. Dazzle TPing in, but should only get a poison touch at max here before Pango swashbuckles away. And that's really a big issue with the Dire lineup. You have these 3 cores with 0 stuns between them. Haunt going out. Lina dying, but in exchange the Dazzle does get picked off. Not even having to use the Pango ult there. Very surprising. I guess the Shadow Demon... No, the Shadow Demon has his ult. His abilities. Oh, the Lina gets blown up. That's what it was. But Lina able to get off her spells before dying. So, overall, a nice trade for the Radiant. Pango getting gone on in the top lane. Falling to get away. Will TP out to avoid getting stunned or followed. So a very close game coming out. Dire having a bit more farm on their supports, but Wraith King about 1,000 gold closer to his Radiance or not 1,000 gold closer to Radiance, just having about the same to Radiance, but having the Midas. Taking going down in the bottom lane to the Dazzle plus Rubik combo. I'm gonna have to get more water after this. Shroud Demon walking into the wrong neighborhood does get burrowed into Poison Touch by this Dazzle, who does have the Necro and the Arc Boots up now. So a couple solid plays from the Dire, but they still just getting deep pushed by this Lina. Brood has her Ags up and getting kind of close to Defusal, so once she has that, definitely able to fight a lot better. Spectre almost has the Relic. His bottom lane just kill central for the Dire team, not really able to do anything as the Radiant. Sand King is here, still does not have Blink. Would have it if he did not have Arcane Boots. Dazzle with 75 damage talent, so that tower gets chunked down. And now up to a 1k gold lead from the Dire team. This Dazzle is a little bit over the Sand King, and this Sand King really needs to get this last 400 gold. Like, I know Dire cores don't really have stuns, but getting this Wraith King in this fight is not going to be easy without Sand King participation. Rolling Thunder only cancelled for a little bit, but not fully cancelled. Spectre getting stunned out, and it's definitely going to go down here. Dazzle as well. Radiant bring 5 heroes to the fight and trade 1 for 2. But 2 of the 3 most farmed Dire heroes going down. Broodmother putting some pressure mid. In the meanwhile, Fango Defusal is up. Sand King still very close to Blink, should get it on the next creep wave. As far as support items go, Rubik close to Blink, Jakiro going for a Force Staff, and neither Radiant support really close to any items. Blink up for the Sand King in his stash, being flown out to him eventually. Raid King also going Blink, so Paul is coming out with the Spectre DC. Spectre has her Relic, right? No, she's 400 short. Hopefully a short pause coming out here. Just waiting for the unpause here. Arc pickers circle jerking each other in chat. Very nice, very nice. To get back in the game, Diffusal picked up on the Broodmother, Wraith King finishing out his Radiance, going for the Blink Dagger next. As we come up to 20 minutes, very close game. Wraith King's just been hitting the creeps in the woods, meanwhile Spectre not able to until he gets his farm. Rubik going down to the Pangolier. Looks like just little 1-2 and one big zap. So Radiant get 4 bounties in to kill, putting them in the lead now by 1,000 gold. This Wraith King's farm just skyrocketing as he has the Radiance and Spectre is still a little bit short. Broodmother has her eggs, has her Diffusal, but she's still 0-0-0, less than 10 CS a minute. So yeah, this Broodmother has the farm, but that was a lot of 9s from the Pangolier. Kind of an awkward disruption by the Shadow Demon, giving Dazzle enough time to grave after. Still, Jakiro dying, Dazzle dying, no one on Radiant necessarily close to going down besides the Shadow Demon. And this is really just the difference between the Brood and the Pango pickups. This Pangolier, not necessarily the best hero against the Broodmother, but able to pretty much be on the map wherever he wants to be. Meanwhile, this Brood just kind of sitting in her own woods, twiddling her thumbs. And just kill after kill in the bottom lane as Radiant pick up another one with the Sand King Blink. As Brood finally has kill participation, 22 minutes into the game, looking to go after the Wraith King. Sand King missing the stun. Brood just looking to pop Reincarnation, but not able to do so. Just like that, it goes from pretty much an even game to a 4K lead in 2 minutes. Pretty much just based on that bottom fight and tier 2 push. Spectre has her relic, about 1,000 from the Radiance. Pretty much a painfully slow Radiance at this time. Especially considering she doesn't really have an offlane hero that can pick up the slack with this Dazzle. And Dazzle almost has the pipe, but still not necessarily the best shape. You have the Pango Ags coming out, Wraith King could go for the Blink still, but it's probably considering just going for the Radiance, or Radiance, AC at this point. Regen coming up from the Pango, able to pretty much heal him to full, has his full Aghanims. Rubik Blink is up for the Dire, but pipe a little bit away. Force Staff on Jakiro, pretty much done. Desperately trying to get that Radiance on the Spectre. And Brood pretty much just trying to pick up this BKB. Radiant smoked up, trying to find Spectre before her Radiance. Looks like Jakiro and Rubik have to be the sacrifices. And just 2 Pango kills. They could turn this into Roche if they want to, but looks like they're just choosing to farm out the map a little bit. This Roche is completely free for the Radiant team. There's not necessarily much that Dire can do about it. Like, they have the Haunt and the Web around the pit, if possible, but like a Macropire, I guess? Like, he only has level 1 Ice Path. Radiant obviously don't know that, but they can't. The fact still remains that Dire does not have an easy time getting into fights. Like, I know this offlane Dazzle is just kind of cheeky, but Radiant just going high ground. I mean, they shouldn't get it with this wave just because of Jakiro, but they do glyph for it. Wraith King is very deep into this Dire base. Reincarnation about to pop. Not necessarily sure about that one. Dire is kind of in position. They do have the Wraith Fire Blast stolen, and Sand King reinitiating in. They do have the Radiant, they do have the Radiance on the Spectre, and Brood just cleaning up these back lines. Very questionable play by the Radiant team. Going for that high ground push without really any sort of vision. And that's suddenly just a 3,300 gold swinging the other way. This Broodmother just cutting off the back of this fight while Wraith King is just kind of stuck on this high ground up here. So as he's just kind of dealing with these three heroes, Brood just has a free backswing onto this fight. Chikiro dying to Pangolier middle. But as I was saying, you have Brood coming from behind, you have Wraith King pretty much stuck at the tier 3, and Spectre just haunts, so she's literally just hitting all these heroes. Rubik dying as well to the Pangolier. This Pangolier is 11 kill streaks, so the good thing for Radiant is that it's not exactly easy to pick him off. And does he have the Basher flying out? He does. Broodmother does get stunned up with the LSA, but not much to find her without the Sand King being involved. So after that Spectre Radiance pickup, she's already up to almost the Asha. We'll have it in a few hundred gold. Still not necessarily that good of a farming pattern with her and Broodmother both needing to be that sort of AFK farming type of hero. Jakiro Force Staff is up. Dazzle has the full pipe going for the Greaves next. Lena duel is nearly completed. Shadow Demon Ether Lens up. Sand King pretty much has his own Yules. Wraith King has the full AC going for the Blink Dagger next. Radiant just invading the Dire Woods. Dire not really have any vision, but they pretty much know that Radiant's going to be taking over that area. Meanwhile, congregating around their bottom shrine instead. Solid scan from the Radiant, going to catch the Spectre, but she does TP out pretty much immediately from that. Skeletons kind of not necessarily giving the Radiant away, but Brood has her BKB picked up, going for the Nullifier, pretty standard type build. Smoke action going on as they catch the Brood. She does get the BKB off. Tango gets his own ult off, splits the fight apart, but 2 already dead for the Radiant team, about to be 3 with the Shadow Demon. Not necessarily anything the Wraith King can do about this, pretty much just getting kited across the entire fight at this point. Grave coming out on the Broodmother, so she should be fine on this. Meanwhile, Wraith King probably not as fortunate. They do get the Ice Path at the end, but this isn't really a fight Radiant can take. Tango getting stunned up by the Jakiro, and I think both teams just kind of taking that fight and living with it. Overall, a 3-for-1 exchange, I think. But the real story is Sand King pretty much just getting blown up at the start of that fight, not being able to contribute any sort of epicenter, pretty much just annoyance in that. And Radiant smoke right back up. They know we have epicenter, we have Laguna, we have Wraith King ult. We're going to look for fights here. Only 3 smoked there, and it does not look like they're going to get anything off that smoke. Or they could just get the Jakiro. Or the Dazzle, actually. Wow. Thought that was just a support there, but... Burrow going up on the Rubik. Heals up as well. He should be going down. Support deaths 17 on the Radiant, or on the Dire side. And 17 on the Dire side, so... Pretty low core kill game, but both teams just beating off supports. Wraith King bringing out his Blink Dagger, Broodmother pretty much cutting the wave as necessary. Sand King Burrow, Epi, very low on the Spectre hero. Trying to avoid the Lina, getting used up in the air, should still be going down, does get Wraithfire blasted in. Broodmother being forced to use the BKB and the ultimate to get just the Shadow Demon kill. Wraith King is level 20, so is going to be able to come back alive here. Very fortunate he's able to get that level 20 off that initial engagement. But at the same time, both supports are down for the Radiant team. Pingo just TPing out of the fight. Sand King also able to live, so not the best engagement for the... Oh, that's a Spectre buyback too. So that's a Spectre buyback and another Broodmother BKB charge just for both supports. Kuda's on the Sand King for living there. Like in a couple of these fights before, he just gets caught out and doesn't necessarily contribute a lot to these fights, but... Alright, as I say that... Oh, nice. Nullifier dodge. They do not get the dust out immediately. And Rubik's just going down. I'll consider that a bait. Not necessarily because he intended to bait, but because it worked. Roche up. And with Rubik down, they see the Brood bottom, they see the Spectre top with the dagger, so pretty much just free Roshan here for the Radiant team. Not really much Dire can do without having Haunt up for 30 and not having a Rubik for 15. Roshan taken by the Radiant, put on the Wraith King, giving him triple lives. Shikiro getting Demonic purged up, Broodmother putting some webs down. And Radiant in a solid position. Spectre still doesn't have her second item. Still a bit far from Manta. Does not have buyback for this fight either. But not an easy go for the Radiant. They do have the D-push of a Rubik and a Jakiro, not to mention a Poison Touch. It's definitely not going to be easy for the Radiant to push up here. This Sand King going for a mech, not a crest or a Lotus, but just trying to tank up a bit for that. And I mean, they don't really have a lot to put on this Wraith King. Like, it's not easy for them to be pushing up this high ground. Radiant kind of trying to force this. Like, they don't need to push that hard into this, I think. BKB on the Brood coming out. Going to be cutting into the backlines. Tango has to be very careful here. He does have his BKB, however. Wraith King, 1 life down. Under the tier 4s, pretty much no one to save him here. Sand King using the epicenter, getting cancelled for his blink by the Radiance of the Spectre. 2 lives down on the Wraith King. He is still just under the tier 4s, not able to really go anywhere. Being saved by the Pango. Epicenter stolen by the Rubik, able to pick off the Wraith King. Pingolier maybe next. Getting Swashbuckle stolen, but no stuns up for the Radiant, or for the Dire team, and 4 kills going in exchange for... Doesn't look like anything for the Dire. So about a 4k gold swing in that fight for the Dire. Able to take out the Aegis of the Wraith King under the tier 4s. Radiant trying to take this fight. It's not an easy fight to take because you're going up this high ground here with heroes such as this Rubik using Fade Bolt, the Dazzle using Poison Touch, and the Jakiro just having all these AoE spells. It's hard to really fight up that choke point if you're the Radiant team. Like, yeah, they do have an Aegis, they do have a 5k lead, but it's still very hard considering they don't necessarily have a Crest or a Crimson Guard to put on this Wraith King. It's like, yeah, Wraith King can just right-click the tower a bunch, but he's still gonna get burnt down by all these nukes. And they're not gonna have a wave because either Brood's going to be cutting it, or they're just gonna be killing it at the tower. So I can understand where Radiant's coming from, because they're trying to force this fight because they know if they can win a fight, it's just free lanes of buildings because they have the Wraith King, they have the Lina dishing out some damage, not necessarily that many other heroes, even though Pangolier does do quite a bit of damage with his right clicks. It's still not necessarily that much. Pango going on the Broodmother top. Brood using Haunt. Does not have mana though, and dives solo to the Pangolier. Meanwhile, Broodmother just chomping on the Radiant supports and the Wraith King. 4 heroes converging upon this Wraith King. Blink Epicenter by the Sand King, able to grab heroes. Buyback from the Lina coming out. Brood does not have her BKB up for this fight. Gets the bash up on the Jakiro, able to cancel his TP out. And just like that, Radiant win a fight. Spectre does not have buyback. Jakiro does, is going to use it here. Spectre disconnecting from the game. Broodmother going to get called out. They do have the Grave, but going to get Abyssaled. She's down for 100. And Spectre comes back and is wondering, hey, why did my Broodmother die? I mean, this Wraith King has his reincarnation, should just be a set of racks. Radiant going for kills. Dazzle not able to use Brave due to the long cast point on it. Reincarnation coming out. Radiant getting 1 set of racks. Can maybe go for 2. Radiant a bit lower, or top a bit lower than bottom for that. Broodmother still down for 50 seconds, Haunt down for about 5. Dire is probably going to look to Haunt here, going to kill off these Radiant supports possibly. Going to get it with the dagger. Rubik very low, going to get killed off by 1 Wraith King crit. Going to pick up this second lane of racks. Losing Alina, kind of unfortunate with the buyback, but should still be up for the next fight. So Dire take 2 sets of racks there, able to mop up the Brood as well. They had to win a fight, and sure enough, Dire gave them a solid fight to win. Like, if you're this Broodmother, you use the BKB to kill supports, and then you can't really do anything after that. Like, yeah, she has the CDR, so her BKB is only on the 56-second cooldown, but she gets bashed into Abyssal here, so pretty much gets the second bash. Wow. I think it was actually a double Abyssal, and no, Wraith King doesn't even have a basher. Wow, that's pretty much just a bash into an Abyssal into a bash by the Pangolier. Would not be too happy if I was that Broodmother. Radiant pushing down the middle lane. Could maybe just go for bottom, secure the megas. They have all their ults up pretty much. Shadow Demon getting kind of caught out. Going on the Jakiro. Jakiro definitely going to maybe drop here. Does get Grave, does get griefed by the Dazzle hero. Pingo ult coming out. Uro Epi on the Sand King with the Veil. Spectre out of mana, does get Grave, does have the Ice Path. They're holding for this Spectre really well, actually. Like, the Radiant do not have a creep wave. They're kind of just in this weird spot where they're just... they're not pushing, but they're not really winning a fight either, and they're not gonna get this at Rax. Wraith King, 2 seconds left for reincarnation. Big burrow strike from the Rubik coming out. It looks like both dire supports are falling. Brood is Brood is respawning though, so Radiant pushing their advantage up to 17,000 off that fight and previous building pushes, but Dire still have that one set of racks left. Hard on Spectre, almost up. Broodmother has her Nullifier, has her Orchid, going for the Bloodthorn build. Pango about to ingest his Ags. Lina going Ags of her own, but still pretty far. Shadow Demon has Ghost, has Ether Lens. Could maybe go for an Eon, but Eon against Nullifier is just whoever gets it off first. Sand King has the full Greaves up, has the Blink, has the Yules, going for the full Lotus Orb. And Wraith King Pango just doing work, but Wraith King is going to get nice stun by the Sand King and the Wraith King, being able to kill this Broodmother off. Brood already using BKB to try to kill Radiant supports, and this should pretty much just be it. Dazzle graving his Spectre, not able to survive himself. Has the buyback, will use it here. Going to grave the Lina as he gets back alive. Doesn't look like it will be enough though, as Lina also goes down. Or not Lina, Rubik also goes down. Lina just right-clicking the Ancient. No other heroes even paying attention to it. Haunt coming out from the Broodmother. Does not haunt to any illusions. Gets stunned by the Wraith King. Wraith King looks like one life is going down. Has the Wraith Fire Blast talent. As Radiant look to end this game. Pango's bots gets cancelled. Lina does go down in exchange for the Dazzle. Broodmother up in 40. Does not look like Spectre will hold until then, unfortunately. Or maybe she does. Has the buyback. Wraith King does not have reincarnation for 10 seconds. 3 heroes up for the Dire. Shadow Demon does not have disruption. Wraith King gets nuked down. Pango finally back in the fight, does nuke down the Rubik. Is going after the Jakiro. Jakiro able to sidestep a little bit, does not get bashed by the Pangolier. And, I mean, Radiant have 2 buybacks, but Brood's respawning now. Shadow Demon to go down. Pango has bots if he wants to use them. But Brood hot on his tail. Might die here if he does not TP at a decent rate. Never mind, Brood going to farm. So a bit of sloppy plays from the Radiant team. Getting both tier 4s, but not able to close out the game. Jakiro Lotus Orb up. Dazzle going for his Necro 3. Rubik just saving up money. Full heart on the Spectre, now up. Brood still aiming for her Bloodthorn. On your Radiant, Wraith King has his full Abyssal up. Sand King still not having Lotus. Lina still going for Ags. Pangolier has the full Mjolnir, has a Desolator, trying to kill this Roshan objective. Is bashing Rosh at a decent rate. Pretty much getting a lucky shot proc every time Rosh is about to attack. Will be helped out by his friend, the Lina hero, a little bit. Obviously, Wraith King respawning as well. Aegis and Cheese push should finish this game out. Radiant grouping up in the bottom lane. Going to try to take this last set of racks. Have the Aegis on the Wraith King. Have the Cheese on the Pangolier. Or Pangolier. On the Sand King. Sand King in the back lines here. Not able to get to this fight immediately. Jakiro getting graved by the Dazzles. Should still be going down. Maybe not. Pangolier getting very low. Does not have the Aegis or the Cheese. Will get disrupted. Sand King will save him. Allowing Pango to swashbuckle out. At the cost of probably his own life, does Yule's up in the air. He is able to live with the help of the Greaves. Pango TPing back to base, able to come back on the creep. Rubik not able to kill it. Shadow Demon the only casualty so far of this fight. Wraith King just going in on the buildings. Saying screw these heroes. Lina muted by the Nullifier, going to go down. Mega Creeps are out for the Radiant team. Sand King getting stunned up. Does use the Cheese. It is Mjolnir shielded, so providing a lot of magic damage. Spectre, mana being completely burnt out. Does get glimmered. Will get graved as well. Wraith King, 2 seconds, 1 second to reincarnation. Does have the Aegis still. We'll use that first. Meanwhile, Sand King going down. Shadow Demon dying back. Lina also dying back here in this fight. Mega Creeps are up for the Radiant, but losing 3 heroes there. Meanwhile, Dire just has the Rubik down. Aegis and Cheese both gone. Wraith King reincarnation as well. Just trying to fight 2v5 at this point. Wraith King has a TP up, but does not have his BKB anymore, so unable to TP from this fight. That's 4 heroes down for Radiant in exchange for half the Ancient and Mega Creeps. 2 buybacks still available on the Radiant side if the Dire choose to push, but might take a while for them to push. It seems like Dire's play in that fight was just to eliminate the Pango as soon as possible. Because they saw this Wraith King has the Aegis, the Sand King has the Cheese. So if we can try to catch this Pango, who doesn't really have any defensive items outside of his BKB, then we can have a chance in this fight. And it nearly worked if the Sand King hadn't have shown up immediately. Like, Pango has buyback obviously, but if he has to buy back bots in, that's definitely a win for the Dire at that point. Compared to escaping on 400 HP, TPing, and then botsing right back in with full health. I mean, it's not optimal for Dire, but if you're gonna kill a hero, you want to kill the Pango immediately. Like, he definitely does the most damage on the Radiant team. Easier said than done, but they pretty much had the plan down to a T, except the Sand King was able to get a nice initiation, cutting off the Spectre in the base. if you're Radiant, you're just pushing all the lanes in, trying to make sure that Dire has to pretty much just farm Megas at this point. They are smoked up on Dire, trying to look for a fight here, are going to find the Shadow Demon. Pango BKBs pretty much immediately, both Wraith King being gone on by this Broodmother BKB. Not really sure about that one from the Broodmother. That's just the reincarnation. Dazzle going down, Rubik as well. Very questionable plays coming out from the Broodmother, going on a Wraith King with reincarnation. Jakiro going down as well, buyback from the Dazzle and the Jakiro. I guess it's a desperation play from the Dire at this point, but definitely not the target they were trying to go for there. As they use double buyback, and Radiant pretty much just have the next 7 minutes to do whatever they want. Reincarnation coming up in 6 seconds, Pango Walt in 25. They can definitely stick around in this Dire base if they choose. Disruption going out on Spectre into the LSA. Ancient will be piped. Brood BKB off cooldown. Initiation Spectre getting gone on will get pushed away a little bit. Is going to get Laguna reflected upon herself on the Lina. Spectre getting bashed by the Pangolier, getting pretty much just taken down. Has the buyback. Spectre as well. Not going to be able to use it as the Ancient falls and GG's come out. I know you're getting desperate as the Brood in that fight, but not really sure you want to go on a Wraith King at that point, even with him pretty much dying quickly that first life. Just that second life, you're pretty much trading your BKB, which as Broodmother, you can't fight without your BKB at that point. Anyways, that's game 2. Gonna throw it to a BRB screen until game 3. See ya. Alright, I've gotten water and
10초
ready to
남았습니다.
cast game 3. Well, the third
5초
best of one.
남았습니다.
So looking at the bands, we have
레디언트 진영이 영웅을 선택할 차례입니다.
Kunkka, Lina, and the Arc Warden banned by the Radiant. Night Stalker, Zeus, Sand King from the Dire. Pretty standard bans.
영웅을
First pick
선택-
Marana, pretty standard. Dire can go something like... I don't know, because Lina and Marana both gone, Sand King not available. Probably have to throw out some sort of Jakiro pick here, I'm sure. Like Jakiro
10초 남았습니다.
plus...
5초 남았습니다.
maybe like a...
다이아 진영이 영웅을 선택합니다.
Oh, they go Abaddon. Is this an Abajakiro? Abaddon, very good against Marana. Probably one of the best. Take off the arrow. Can't really ever die to her because you have borrowed time. Just overall a very good counter pick.
10초 남았습니다.
Especially with everyone and their mother playing Marana
5초
nowadays.
남았습니다.
Going into reserve time on second pick. I think they'll go for the Jakiro here, but not really anything to combo with it at the moment. I think it's probably still the strongest pick in the pool. You do reveal that it's not a 5 Abaddon, but I don't think that really matters. They go for the Earthshaker instead, choosing to go for their 4 instead of a Jakiro. Leaving the Jakiro for the Radiant if they choose to pick it up. For the Radiant, they still have, assuming that's their 3-4 on the Dire, you can pick up your carry here and not really feel that bad about it. Like if you see it's an Abaddon Earthshaker,
5초
you can
남았습니다.
pick, not necessarily a life stealer here, but like you see that this is probably going to be their duo. It can still be a 5 Abaddon, but having 2 melee supports can backfire very hard when it comes to laning strength. Assuming they're also going to want to pick melee cores as well. So Dire also going into reserve time here. Going to keep saying it because it's still true. Jakiro still available in the pool. Go for a Lion instead, trying to more burst against Abaddon or Shaker, I guess. I don't know. I think Lion's pretty bad against Abaddon, honestly. Like, the Hex is removed by the shield now, which is really big. Like, both of Radiant's heroes are countered super hard by this Abaddon. And even Shaker being able to disable both from long range.
5초 남았습니다.
I mean, they have a lot of burst on the Radiant team, but Pangolier ban coming out. One of Sev's best heroes, destroyed on it last game. Not much to be said about that ban, just overall a solid ban. Going to have to ban it this phase or next phase. Let's see if Dire is going to get rid of any
10초 남았습니다.
carries here. If it's a Lifestealer they don't want to deal with, if it's
5초
the Wraith
남았습니다.
King, if they just really don't want to deal against Slark. See which ones they choose to ban out. So I don't really think you're that concerned about a Centaur or an Axe type hero at this point. I think you're mostly concerned about what carries can they play that we can't. There you go with the Void instead. Good with the arrow. Can throw a lot of lion damage into it as well. Can pretty much just keep the Abaddon locked down even when he's not directly hitting the Abaddon. It's a pretty solid ban. You've probably seen them play Void as well.
10초 남았습니다. 5초 남았습니다.
Alright, going pretty deep into their reserve time for a second phase ban here. Probably trying to figure out if they want another Sev hero or a carry with this ban. They go instead for the Morphling, so concerned about the Morphling Shaker combo, which can pretty much blow up either Mirana or Lion fairly easily. So going back to the Dire ban, it's probably going to be one of the Lifestealer or Wraith King, I would have to assume, with picking the other one.
10초 남았습니다.
Maybe, I know Lifestealer isn't good against Mirana Lion, but it's still a classic carry
5초
hero.
남았습니다.
Unless they don't want to play. My guess would be Lifestealer ban, Wraith King pick. Lifestealer ban. Come on. I know you're probably like, it's a lion, I don't know if I want to pick Wraith King, but... Well, they go with the Warlock instead. Normal Drayden hero. Does run the risk of Radiant picking up their Wraith King, but... I'm sure if you pick the Warlock here, you have the Wraith King counter in mind. If it's like a... God forbid a Spectre hero.
10초 남았습니다.
See, what other, like, heavy spread damage carries are there? There's still Gyro. Gyro Warlock is really good with the flak and the cooldown, so... I'm guessing if they think Radiant's going to pick Wraith King, they just pick the Gyro here. You have the Gyro with the Abaddon as well, making sure he doesn't get blown up. So yeah, Radiant's probably thinking if they need to pick the Wraith King type hero, or if they can just use their offlaner, and they go with the Centaur, so... They're trying to push the ball back into the Dire's court in terms of the Wraith King hero. It's like, it's here, but... It's also... both teams kind of trying to maneuver around it. They're going for the PL, interesting enough. That hero banned in both games 1 and 2. I guess Gottney plays it a lot, but pulling it out for the finals, I don't think PL lanes that well against Centaur at all, but PL Warlock might be able to eke out enough to where Centaur doesn't really have a snowball lane. And Centaur without snowballing is a lot less dangerous. Like, yeah, you can get your phase boots, get your bracers, And they pick the gyro instead on the Radiant. Classic PL counter. I don't even think it's that good against PL, to be honest, with all of the illusions that happen. It's like, the thing about gyro against PL is the call down you can dodge with Doppel, it's whatever.
10초 남았습니다.
The Rocket Barrage gets spread with all the illusions. The Flat Cannon is nice, but unless you have this insane attack speed on the gyrocopter to where you can just flak down the illusions to figure out the real PL, which is arguably very hard to do considering PL has high agi gain, built a lot of agi items, is going to have that sort of armor even with the illusions taking a ton more. It's just not the best counter pick, I think. I mean, it's still solid, but PL can get on top of Gyro just as well as Gyro can flak down PL. Invoker ban coming out from the Radiant, or from the Dire. Odie snap ban from the Radiant. So, Radiant maybe looking for a Kunkka, for a sort of Ember Spirit, any sort of melee hero. Maybe they just really don't like the Odie Warlock combo, which is very understandable. One hammer and everyone dies with the Fatal Bonds.
10초 남았습니다.
So, both teams about with the same reserve time going into the last pick. Both teams needing mid laners. Radiant can go for something like a Viper, very stable, can break, but they go for the Wraith King as well, so looks like this is going to be a mid gyrocopter coming out. Going to flex the gyro to the mid lane, allowing for the Wraith King to take up that pause 1 role. Not really sure why you don't... I mean, I guess it... Wraith King against PL is very awkward in my opinion. I know it's a decent matchup against the Abaddon in lane, but it's just a weird fit.
5초 남았습니다.
Like, you have these two items with the Wraith King Radiance and the Gyro Ags that both just kind of want to farm for. Dire just picks the Tinker, which I don't really agree with either. Like, Sev is very good on Tinker, don't get me wrong. And Bonds are also very good with the Tinker, with the spread damage, but your cores are PL, Tinker, Abaddon. Not necessarily a fan of that. Like, yeah, Tinker doesn't really die to any of these heroes, but at the same time, if a Centaur Wraith King come up your high ground, they're not really going to care about March. And also, yeah, there's nobody to directly catch Tinker, but if, for some chance, Tinker ever gets caught, he is going to die here. They have a large amount of disable. 6, in fact. Not really a fan of either team's last pick. Wraith King is just a Wraith King, so he's going to farm, but having Wraith King Gyro just clutters up the farming a little bit. Yeah, this is the Draft Cup finals, semifinals. It's one of the two.
전투를 준비하십시오.
On your Radiant side, we have GSKW on the mid gyrocopter, Steven on your pause 5 Lion going bottom lane with your pause 1 Wraith King Chow mains. We have WTF Barbecue the Angry on your position 4 Marana getting the Basilius early. And Huntington on your Centaur, getting a few Retaliate stacks in the middle lane. Probably just about the 5, 6. Yeah. On your Dire team, we have Captain Funzo on the pause 4 Earthshaker, Drayden on his signature-ish Warlock, in a little bit of trouble.
30초 후 전투가
You're not going to be able to kill him because of the laser, and a pretty solid fissure out from the Earthshaker, doing a lot of damage. We have Sev on the Tinkerino. Seen this guy lose a lot more on this hero than he's won recently, but let's see if he can turn it around. You have Gotney on the PL, getting right-clicked to death pretty much by Rana, forced out of the top lane pretty much. And we have Manoy
시작됩니다.
on the Abaddon, already leveling Curse of Avernus. You know he's going to want to be very aggressive in this bottom lane. So you look at the runes, about 2 apiece. Warlock is down a Mango, a Tango, and a Salve already. Earthshaker blocking the creep wave for the Abaddon. Both TPs being used bottom. These music taunts are actually the worst. They're so annoying. Wraith King using the Wraith Fire Blast. Not able to secure the last hit. Abaddon getting that. Both offlane should go pretty much into the favor of offlane. There's not really a way they can kill this Abaddon. And the Shaker isn't going to die here, but a lot of damage going out on him as well. Jara versus Tinker should be pretty even, just a farm trade. Tinker eventually has camps available a lot more for him to farm. Shaker going middle might be able to snipe this courier on the way back from the gyrocopter. I don't know if he sees it, but this is very solid timing for the Shaker. Now he sees it. Gyro. Oh, does not get it at one hit. Shaker miscalculating how many hits it takes to kill that courier. Only gets the one off. But now Radiant definitely knows that this Abaddon is alone in lane. I had to going across the creep wave, not really hitting the Abaddon. Abaddon hitting him instead. Abaddon going to silence this lion and almost kill him. One hit away from doing so. And yeah, they just killed the lion off of it. Not really sure what Lion's doing there, but just kinda gets run down by the Abaddon. As far as CS goes, Radiant getting all 3 of the top CSs. I mean, this top lane with Centaur is just going to be really solid. Middle lane gyro animation just kinda deals with the Tinker pretty well in my opinion. Like until Tinker has a lot of levels in the March. I almost feel like this gyro needs a point in missile though. Like just having that sort of harass to push the Tinker back is very important, I think. Especially considering when he flaks, like Tinker can just laser him at that point. See Gyro kind of going on the Tinker in the middle lane, putting a lot of damage into him, but Rocket Barrage still very long cooldown nowadays. Shaker pretty much just walking between mid and bottom. Not really helping out his Abaddon that much. Yeah, I thought this Abaddon would do a lot better in lane, honestly. Despite the Shaker not being there somewhat. Wraith King does not have a Mango, not going to get this Earthshaker kill, but both heroes on the Dire side still pretty low. Top lane, PL struggling a little bit against the Centaur. Just getting right-clicked by this Mirana left and right, pretty much. Line disconnect from the game. With this Fiel hit 6, it's a lot easier for him to get in these sort of engagements that are favorable. But on holding his skill point, has Zabassi on the... Yeah, he has Zabassi on the courier. Middle, about even. Both have 4 creeps in the middle lane. Just waiting to be farmed.
The heck? Where did I pull? Oh, I pulled the... Oh my gosh.
Trying to do some calc homework during downtime here. Again, most of my calc homework's just gonna be on Sunday right before it's due, but gotta try to get in a little bit before then at least. Nice, only 16 parts remaining in this question. Oh no, he died. Rest in peace for our fallen lion comrade. Message on Steam. Any updates? Pretty much no updates. Very cool, very cool. Back to calculus homework. Alright, round to 5 decimal places. Very cool. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot of this tomorrow. That one's round to 5, that one's round to 5, that one's round to 5. Yeah, all these algorithms are probably gonna have to wait till tomorrow. This is X to the 16th. Over. $16 plus EX. There we go. Nice. Lion is back, and there's a pause. And we are unpaused. 4 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. As it stands, Radiant has the top 3 last hit leaders. The Shaker really hasn't gotten that much done, despite being pretty much roaming the entire laning phase. Just one big weakness of the 4 Shaker, just very dependent on these types of roamings, is going to miss the fissure on the gyro, forcing him to go pretty much into the march. This is not a kill. Kind of unfortunate. Fissure does not connect. Not sure if they kill him even with it, but they definitely don't without it. They are able to secure all 4 runes despite that, though. Very weird, this Mirana and this Lion are not checking the runes for that. Gyro Shrining top. His Centaur's just pretty much had a free lane. Does buy the chainmail from the base instead of the side shop, but hey, he's winning his lane, so. Better than this Abaddon, at least. Just getting pretty much destroyed in last hits by this Wraith King. Not gonna be able to kill him here, but that's a lot of damage going out onto this Abaddon. Shaker TPing mid for some reason. I didn't really see what happened. I guess Tinker was getting gone on and then wasn't getting gone on. He and Gyro both hitting level 6. I mean, despite Radiant having the top 3 the top 3 last hit leaders, it's a pretty even game. It's just what those 4 bounty runes can do. That was 200 gold per Dire Hero, so that's 1,000 gold just from those bounties. PL about to hit level 5, does off that creep whip, of that creep, so a little bit in front of this Centaur in terms of experience. Meanwhile, bottom about the same as well, which is a bit concerning for the Abaddon, considering Shaker's been gone pretty much this whole laning phase, but if you're this Shaker, you gotta get something done. It's really what it comes down to at the end of the day. Meanwhile, the Centaur is getting something done, killing both the PL and the Warlock. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, they are able to finally kill this Gyrocopter, so one Shaker rotation paying off. And a much needed one at that. Like, this Wraith King is absolutely free farming. The Centaur just got 2 kill participation. Definitely sets the gyro back a little bit at least. Haste being used by the Tinker, trying to farm up his boots of travel. Gyrocopter just farming the triangle, not really opting to lane anymore after hitting his level 7. Able to clear these 2 camps fairly easily, but still just letting the Tinker farm and lane for free. Stampede going out in the top lane. The trio of Dire Heroes able to kill the Centaur, so Shaker with another rotation going pretty well. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Abaddon having to pop his ult to run away. Lion trying to pull when there are creeps. Doesn't get the sack either. Feels bad, man. Shaker keeping up in levels with those 2 kills. Couple Dire Wards with very good vision of this Radiant triple camp. And classic Drayden tactics. Farm, or wards this camp, wards this camp. Very cool, very cool. Not really sure what the Lion's doing there. Just kind of gets caught out. Moonlight Shadow is used. Trying to kill this PL. They are going to be able to kill him, so pretty effective Moonlight Shadow despite the Lion not being able to survive there. Centaur going for the Vanguard. Pretty solid against the PL. Only issue with the Vanguard is that your mana just gets burnt out very easily. With the Diffusal anyways, but still a very solid item until then. Tinker bots are online, going to continue farming the woods. My issue too is that this PL is going to want to farm the woods, and the Tinker is going to want to farm the woods, so not really sure who's going to start the fight for Dire before this Earthshaker blink. Tinker steals the big camp from the big creep from the Centaur. Centaur not really minding, gets his full Vanguard picked up at the side or at the secret shop. Abaddon continues on his merry way. This Abaddon's in Struggle City. He has 15 last hits at 11 minutes. There's a mega feels bad, man. I've been there, dude. You pick a nice offlaner, nice counter, counters both of their opening heroes, and you just get a Shaker picked. And what's Shaker do? He goes everywhere but your lane. I feel you. Stampede used. Up on the top lane. Arrow. Buff Stomp. Just a dead Warlock. PL kind of rotating in. Is going to take a double Starstorm. Does have to use the Shrine. But is Lion, meanwhile, going down in the bottom lane to the rotation of the Tinker. Shaker, Abaddon here as well. Wraith King saving 1 point just for his ultimate. Does not have the mana to use it right now, but no way for Dire to really kill him at this point, unless they get some sort of weird echo play. Meanwhile, Gyro in the middle lane, going for the Drum of Endurance. Nearly has it at this point. Centaur going for the Blink Dagger. Moonlight Shadow coming out on the Radiant. Mirana leading, not really going to find much from this. Abaddon backing up as well. Maybe able to find this Warlock, but... yeah, Finger going out, does get the charge on it. Meanwhile, Tinker does deny the top tier 1 from the Centaur. Centaur has his Vanguard up, does not have a hood, is going to take a lot of damage from that March of Machines. PL, long road to either Diffusal or Yasha, depending on which one he wants to go. With his one Alacrity Blade. Going to put a little bit of pressure on the Centaur. Honestly, their levels are pretty similar at this point. Meanwhile, Tinker getting caught out in the middle lane. Maybe catching an arrow. Or just pegs from afar. Big kill from the Radiant team. Abaddon catching up a little bit in the bottom lane, but not really able to do a lot with this Wraith King just being set in this lane. So pretty much 2 lanes not going really well for the Radiant, or for the Dire, with the last lane just being a Tinker. Like, Tinker pretty close to his Blink Dagger, but not really sure what he's going to do when when Radiant just brings up a Centaur with a pipe and a Wraith King with a ton of health. Centaur kind of getting caught on the wrong side of a fissure, but Stampede going out. Tinker getting caught in the background, going to get call downed upon. Gyro almost dying to the Abaddon, only a level 1 Mist Coil though. Gyro barely living, Dire losing both the Shaker and the Tinker, along with... oh, that tower's been dead. Losing both of those heroes without getting any of their own. Like, yeah, it's farm for PL, but this PL still has a long way to go. Going for the Yasha first, so not even close to his Diffusal at this point. Meanwhile, Wraith King 2,500 gold towards the Radiance. Abaddon picks up the Vlads, able to sustain his farm a little bit better, but still in Struggle City. As we look at the net worth chart, Abaddon 7th in net worth, behind the enemy, position 4 Mirana. Bounty runes 2-2. Actually, 3-1. Tinker only able to grab this one, and Earthshaker pays for his life with it. Oh no, Wraith King, big misstep. Not using the wand before dying. Gyro looking like he's going to die as well. Big misstep from the Radiant team, trying to go for that. About 1,600 gold swing, going back towards the Dire with those 2 core kills, plus the Lion. Centaur has his blink up. Only has the level 1 Hoof Stomp, but going more towards the magic build, trying to blow up these Tinker PL type heroes with the illusions as well. I mean, the Centaur's pretty much had a free game, but it's pretty much his time to shine for the Radiant team. They have the Wraith King and they have Gyro, not necessarily the most mobile of heroes. Centaur kind of getting caught out in the top lane. He's maybe going to die to these heroes. Yeah, he's just dead. Not really sure what he's doing there. Trying to fight. He stampedes, but it's pretty much too late and not necessarily in the direction he was trying to go in. A pretty sizable pickoff for the Dire team, able to create that space for the Abaddon and the PL to farm. Without this Centaur on the map, the only kill potential they really have is a Moonlight Shadow or just a Stray Lion Hex. At the same time though, Wraith King is still just free farming out the map. I mean, a lot of on Dire will really come down to this Earthshaker Blink Dagger, what he's able to accomplish with it. Getting a nice 2-man stun off of it. That Moonlight Shadow coming out from the Radiant team. Tinker getting caught by the Hoof Stomp is going to go down to the finger. Warlock Ult being dropped in response. Gyro might be the trade here. PL manning up on this Gyrocopter. Gyro going to go down to the Mist Coil of the Abaddon. Lion as well. Marana has double leap out, should be fine. Wraith King as well. Echo coming out is going to be responded to with a Blink Hoof Stomp from the Centaur. Abaddon looking like he's going down as well. So what started off as a poor fight for the Dire turned around in their favor, only to be turned around again with about an even fight. A little bit of gold going towards the Radiant. Gyro dying, not the best, but they do get the Tinker and the Abaddon for cores in exchange. Abaddon going to be going for a Pipe of Insight. Very needed against this magic heavy lineup of the Radiant. Centaur going to be going Pipe as well. Just lots of magic damage all around. Tinker going for his Ether Lens. PL Diffusal is up. So this Wraith King still has 7 levels to go before his no mana reincarnation. PL catching out the Lion. Lion able to get the Hex off. Does not go for the Earth Spike, surprisingly. Not really sure if he just didn't want to miss it or what, but pretty much just a free kill for the PL, giving him a little bit more towards his Manta style. Meanwhile, Warlock going down to the Wraith King. Looks like pretty much solo. I don't know if the Centaur had any involvement in that. Looks like an arrow was thrown. Not sure if it hit the Warlock or not. Full Radiance up for the Wraith King now at pre-20 minutes, so solid timing for him. Marana has a Maelstrom going for Mjolnir, trying to maybe transition more into this core Marana with her farm. She is sitting at 6th in net worth, above the enemy core Abaddon. For 20-minute runes, looks like Dire's getting 3. Radiant just has to settle for the 1. Moonlight Shadow going out. Doesn't necessarily look like they're going to find anything off this. Lion trying to get down some deep wards in Dire base, or in the Dire jungle. Is able to get one. Gets the sentry as well. So Radiant kind of taking over this Dire portion of the jungle, which is fine. Dire's just farming out, trying to get PL his Manta up, trying to get Tinker his Kaya up, trying to get Abaddon literally anything. And they finally have the Shaker Blink, so Dire possibly smoking off of this to try to find a pick off. Looks like get this Gyro pretty easily. Do get him with the rockets, not needing to even use the Echo on the Shaker. This Gyro out a bit too far on that. Skeletons pushing top lane a little bit. And Wraith King out a little bit too far. Maybe not, his team is near. Stampede going out. Rock is dropped. Centaur getting pretty low. Does have the double edge. Big Echo coming out from your Earthshaker. But Tinker does go down. Not really sure what he went down to. PL finally joining the fight. Able to kill off the Centaur, but PL left all alone. Maelstrom Tick does kill the Earthshaker. And not really sure what killed the Tinker there. back a few moments. Looks like Tinker blinks aggressively. Gets caught by an arrow. That's very unfortunate. Just gets right clicked down by the Mirana and Wraith King. Very unfortunate. Overall, not the worst fight for the Dire team. Especially since they do get the Mirana kill on the PL. So PL top net worth has the Manta, has 1300 gold on top of it. Both teams have their initiation items. Wraith King with the Blink Dagger now of his own. Centaur nearly having the pipe completed. This Mirana going pretty much full carry. Gyro just falling off a little bit, but still a gyrocopter at the end of the day. Abaddon Hood online. Moonlight Shadow used from the Radiant. Do get a sentry, but Dire knows they are there. They don't get the Obzord, but this Lion is very dead. Or not. Not sure if that Stampede is worth it, but save the Lion, so level 2 Stampede, 100-second cooldown. Not able to farm any of these camps because Gyrocopter's taking them all. Gyrocopter nearly at his Aghanims. Lion going for an Ether Lens. Knowing he's a position 5 Lion. Probably not able to afford a blink this game. Wraith King going for the Maelstrom, trying to kill these PL illusions a bit quicker. Mirana has a full Mjolnir, which is a very large item for a support Mirana, but she's been farming quite a lot this game. Centaur nearly at the full pipe. Shaker 1200 gold after his blink. Probably going for a Force or an Ags or a Yules. Tinker, Kaya up going Dagon. PL about a little over halfway to his heart. And Abaddon going for the pipe. So I think the key items for each side are definitely a heart on the PL and probably the Ags on Gyro that he's about to get. Maybe once Wraith King finishes a Maelstrom of his own. Oh no. Very... I mean, they don't get the Echo off on the Shaker, but they do get a nice initiation, killing off the Lion, forcing the Radiant heroes back quite a bit. Gyro getting very low. Wraith King hitting an illusion, not really doing anything. Centaur nowhere near this entire fight, rotating way too late. Wraith King ended up going down. Gyrocopter stuck on the other side, going down as well. So even with the missed Echo, Dire cleaned up 4 heroes from the Radiant. This Centaur, man, he's gotta be there. He's gotta teleport to that shrine immediately. Like, Radiant have a lot of spread damage between their 4 heroes, but at the end of the day, this Centaur is really the only one that can get into the fight quickly. Where he has the Blink Dagger, he has the Stampede. If Radiant wants to take advantageous fights, he has to be pretty much the one leading him there. Like, they can get pickoffs with an arrow, with a Wraith King Blink stun, with a Lion Hex, but it's really up to this Centaur and his movements. Like, he's going to decide this game. Like, I know it's a lot of pressure on him, but it's pretty much what it comes down to when you have Wraith King Gyro as your course. Like, yeah, Wraith King has his Blink Dagger, can kind of jump in a bit, but it's really on this Centaur.
Dire are scanning.
PL has his heart up now, so going to be a lot harder to kill, especially with all the magic damage coming out from the Radiant team. Like, they have one Maelstrom, or not even Maelstrom, it's Wraith King going for the AC instead of the Mjolnir. Mirana has a Mjolnir of herself. Gyro about halfway to his Maelstrom.
전사들이여.
Moonlight Shadow coming out. Warlock dying in the middle lane. Stampede used as well. Doesn't look like anything else will come from that. Centaur kind of getting gone on in the middle lane a little bit. Echo being used just on the Centaur, just blowing him up pretty much, and he is going to go down. This Centaur who pretty much had a free game for the first 20 minutes, and Lion's not in the right area. Just feed after feed from the Radiant team coming out. PL in the Radiant base pretty much, just not really caring at all. And he really doesn't have anything to care about.
레디언트의 중부 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Like, they went for this gyro pick to counter PL, but then they just went with the Wraith King to try to do the same thing, but this Wraith King's not level 20 yet. This Gyrocopter doesn't have a Maelstrom. This PL has 3 items. I mean, it's gotten almost to the point where, like, this Shaker, speaking of Gyrocopter, just dies solo to the PL. It's gotten to this point where this Shaker doesn't need a big Blink Echo to win a fight like I thought they were going to need. Like, even a decent timed fissure into getting run down by Lance plus Diffusal is enough to kill anyone on the Radiant. Even the Centaur getting Stampede isn't really enough. Like, this Gyro and Wraith King BKBs are not going to come out anytime soon. I say that as Shaker does get called out.
공격받고 있습니다. 우리 숨겨다.
Dire Heroes very wisely not trying to assist. Abaddon going for the shield play instead of just taking the rune. Almost gets crit down by the Wraith King.
레디언트의 하부 포탑이
Wraith King is going to end up killing. Going to drop the rock here. Mirana going down. Wraith King almost as well. Does have the reincarnation, but not if he gets hit by PL. Barely. Oh wait, he has level 20, never mind. Anyways. Back to the fight. Warlock getting run down by the Centaur. Centaur going after a Warlock at this point. Mirana, no leaps left, is going to get run down by the PL. Shaker going to fall in exchange. Wraith King still trying to fight, going to get run down by this PL, just out of control at this point. Not really even being touched by either of these Radiant heroes. Like, yeah, his mana's going down, but not really sure he even cares about that. He's going to run down and kill this Lion right under Centaur's nose and burn all of Centaur's mana as well. This Gyro, he needs the Maelstrom, but he also really needs a BKB. Meanwhile, Tinker dies God knows where. And I'll just go back and mark it up. Is he getting arrowed in these fights? Oh, he just gets hit by Gyro a bunch. Unfortunate. I mean, this PL is approaching his 4th item slot at 32 minutes, though. Definitely, the game is pretty much his to control. I mean, I talked about how the Centaur is the main catalyst on the Radiant, but he finishes off the Crimson Guard. He's not going to get the his Lotus Orb for a pretty long time. Like, I know the Crimson Guard is technically good against the PL, but when you don't have any mana on Centaur in your Crimson Guard, there's not really much you can do besides stand there. Does get the nice Blink Initiation on the Warlock, should be going down. Lion has his Ether Lens up, plus the caster, and show easy pickoff on him. PL going on the Wraith King in the middle lane, does get stunned. Gets stunned again. They still do not have the damage to kill this PL without the finger. One life of Wraith King going down, Tinker getting arrowed on the back lines. Does get shielded off, however. Echo going just mainly on the Mirana. We're basically just splitting up the fight. Echo not even needed. Just heroes dying one after another on the Radiant team. Going to pretty much be a team wipe at this point. Yeah. Dieback on the gyrocopter. He's not in a good spot here. He's going to go down again. That is going to be a dieback on the gyro. From that fight, 3,800 gold swing. I have to start to really question this Mirana Mjolnir pickup. I mean, it's nice that Mirana has all this gold to be able to use, but are you really going to count on Mirana right-clicking down this PL? Like, I understand, obviously, if the Mirana's ahead and if the team's ahead, it's great, but I have to figure for 5,600 gold. Yeah, here's where the Abaddon Curse really comes into play, killing those buildings very quickly with the help of the PL. So one set of racks down for the Dire lineup. Just a free set with the gyro, dieback. Probably able to get this shrine as well. Could have maybe even gone Roche, honestly, but choosing just to take the top shrine. Radiant smoking up, or not smoking up, Moonlight shadowing up, trying to do any damage to this PL, not really able to do anything. This PL pretty much just unkillable at this point. Does take the Doppelganger CD as well. So has that basic Dispel on top of the Abaddon one. And we know why PL was banned against this team the first two games. Just does not have a good lane. Centaur completely destroys the lane pretty much. Doesn't have a tower at like 8 minutes and is still able to come back into this game and be a huge force. Gyro getting way too close to these marches. Just going to get picked off by PL in the backline. Not really sure what he's doing there. I know he's probably trying to just grab the creep wave and block it down, but getting way too close without his team being next to him. Radiant Carrier dying with a plate mail on it. Tinker finishing off his Hex. Has the level 3 Dagon going back for the Hex after. Smarana has, with no mana. They do have the Crimson Guard up, but Hex coming out on the Centaur. Endless marches. They have the pipe on the Centaur, but cannot get in. Gyro still dead for 40 more seconds. Second lane of Brax is going down. Wraith King's plate mail still dead for another 2 minutes. Not able to finish off that AC to help his rack stay alive. that are able to take this last set of racks if they want. The shrine's also available. It's like this PL is just trying to go in. He has the Scotty money if he wants to purchase it. Will not have buyback if he does. He's being gone on by the Centaur and the Wraith King. He is going to get shielded. And the Warlock ult coming out. Tinker just doing a lot of work on the backlines with the marches and the rockets. Having the Dagon available as well. 4 heroes down for the Radiant. 2 buybacks coming out from the Lion and the Centaur. Gyro without buyback. Wraith King without buyback as well, and GG's are called. So after Radiant pretty much winning 2 lanes in the last lane, having a CS advantage, not really getting anything off of it. Big disappointment by the Centaur hero, having the game pretty much in his grasp and not really doing anything with it. If you look at the graph at 10 minutes, like this, or more like, yeah, like this Centaur is just top net worth for a while, and even like going a bit forward, he's 700, 800 gold ahead of this PL, but then it just hits a spike where he gets his Vanguard, he has his phase boots, but he doesn't really have his blink, and like his woods are just Wraith King Gyro. I was gonna say if there's the last game or not, but if there is, we'll be back for the 4th game. See you then.
me. Literally
Yeah.
carried me in the final game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Sev,
saying.
very free Sev Monkey King game. It looked like.
Yeah,
I
but
like
Sev-
I like that they sent the E-Rock gyro mid. I was ready
Wow.
to absolutely destroy that Kunkka, and then after laning
In the draft phase, Sev was like, "Listen, I have $200 in a Monkey King set. Take it for me and let me stunt on these kids." We gave it to him. It didn't matter. He killed them.
Yeah. During the draft, we were like 50. It's 50-50. They're gonna be Monkey King or Pango here. It's a little bit better.
Pango,
for Monkey
Pango
King.
feels awful into Bane, dude.
How did you call Monkey King on that?
Because Monkey's like one of the Kunkka
Monk-
counters.
Monkey into Kunkka, and he doesn't die to E-Rock or doesn't die to Gyro.
Missile. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, but you just ult and then you have so much armor. It does not matter.
Whew.
Yeah, like you can get completely fiend script in your ult and you still don't die. Like as long as you have BKB, you're not gonna die even in your ult if you get
Well,
gripped.
the big thing we had in our team was like we need somebody to cancel fiends. That was big,
Yeah.
and I got Aether Lens, didn't do it because I was dead most of the time. So we were like,
I like
What
how
do we do?
Zamoxis got a rampage on us.
Rampage
when
at
we
the
had
end,
fucking-
yeah.
When we
Yeah.
had Vegas.
Yeah, I told Sauce he can hang it on his fridge. I mean,
Yeah, I said right to the Tinder profile that Rampage goes.
The fact that we got me and Gottney on the same team is kind of insane, actually.
how
Yeah.
much were we
Like,
sweating?
we
When the
like
draft was going through, and we're like, we're not getting Gottney.
there was someone above you, so it got to the person who was about to pick before us.
Yeah,
And Gottney
it
was
was
the
Bobby.
highest, and he just picked someone
Yeah.
else, and we were like,
Wait,
Yeah,
Bobby
God.
we're
did?
not getting Gotti.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll
I play
send you a
with Bobby.
screenshot of me and Sev's messages. Hold on. It was
Yeah,
like, Gotti's there, grab him!
yeah. I was thinking about Gottney, but then I just realized I wanted like the flexible Master Saul combo, which worked really well. Not quite clearly that well.
I was like, Kalino's squad is gonna get him. I was like,
Dude,
please,
and
Queen.
fucking-
Yes. We're screaming to get Gotti.
dude, fucking Manoy, can we like
No, Manoy's the MVP of this
No,
fucking
Manoy
league.
was-
Yeah,
Manoy
absolutely.
carried every
Everybody-
offlane game.
Good job, Manoy. Man,
Yeah,
we
so
picked
big.
Manoy in the 4th round, and he literally carried us.
Yeah,
Like,
Manoy,
that was the
God,
best
dude.
4th. Mayo, you were the best 4th round value I've ever seen in my life.
All I want to say is that Sev is the best fucking mid in RD2L, and this season's gonna be easy as hell.
Season's over. We won Draft Cup.
Nah, but me and Sev are also going to win RD2L.
No, that doesn't
I
matter.
don't know about
That's
that.
the worst championship.
Drayden and I are unstoppable.
There's less Draft Cup championships than there are RD2L season championships. Think about
True.
that.
More
Think about
prestigious.
that. Very prestigious. Think of the average MMR on a team is way higher in Draft Cup than it is in RD2L season. We beat higher echelon players today, guys.
Yeah, those are
All those games were really fun. Like,
Yeah.
I enjoyed every game we played, like a lot.
The only game we really stomped was the first one.
Yeah, but we also, I mean, we got Arc that game.
Yeah, that's true.
Who
That
did you
just
guys
set the
be played?
precedence.
Who was on the first game you played?
Give up, dude.
Give up to George, Millie.
I don't know anyone. I mean, I know George. But that's it.
I'll
I've
be
heard-
honest. When I saw myself queued up against him in the bracket like a week ago, I was like, oh, I got this. This is no problem.
Yeah, when
I
I
queued
became a
into
captain
pubs.
last night,
Yeah, what was your plan? Who did you draft again?
I had Saul, Master,
Yeah, you reached on Saul, right?
I reached,
Yeah,
but
Saul
I got
Master. Yeah.
Saul. I knew I was gonna get the first pick in the second round if I take Saul, so I was fine with it. Saul, I played so well. Like he
You
played
gotta
way
get a
better.
6K player. That's the only way you're gonna.
I mean, I wasn't gonna get one though. There wasn't any.
That's why I got Drayden.
Well,
He's 6K, hidden, very hidden 6K. Nobody knows of his potential. Only I bring out on him.
I saw
Greatest
him.
anime arc of all time.
half
I
of
saw
my
him.
plays are 6K and the other half are 1K.
yeah, it's like, pretty sure I saw him walk it down as Warlock quite often.
Yes,
It's like-
you just have to know how to get a 6K out of him.
Sometimes I walk it down, sometimes I hit a 5-man golem. You know, you never know what you're gonna
Yeah,
get.
it's actually frightening that Drayden and I are like grand finals champions the
2
only time I
times.
played either. That's actually fucking scary. This is not good. It's not a good look. Oh, all right. So should I grab the other champagne bottle I've had?
Give me,
Crack it
give me that,
open.
give me that fucking penthouse key, bitch.
Jesus.
Yeah, bring 7 to the pet. Bring
Alright,
7.
Sev, you earned yourself a penthouse key.
He's
Hell
definitely
yeah,
earned it.
Oh shit, kick Sev? Ban Sev.
Oh.
This escalated quickly. Alright, you got it.
Hell
Oh, yes. Delete anything that says Sev's shit, by the way. Sev's garbage. I know. I don't want to draft this fucking loser.
I mean, it is the 5-1 penthouse. We just kicked Jimmy out.
Toxic.
I mean, everyone's 5-1 except for Jimmy and who else? Drotes, right?
Boopsy's also
Oh, and Boopsy.
Poopsy's not 5.
drafted. Thanks,
Oh,
Steve.
well, that team's auto drafted, yeah.
Double his 3rd round.
I cannot believe we won Draft Cup. E-Rock, my record versus Funzo very bad. He's actually 0-5 now against me.
Yeah.
I am the actual counter to E-Rock.
I always fucking beat E-Rock.
Fucking smoke that motherfucker.
Alright, boys, sleep time for me. Big
Yeah.
ass.
GG's, dude. You own.
Man, Gani, thanks for the carry.
Got any god, dude.
No problem.
Everyone played insane.
I'm
We
gonna make sure,
spotted
I'm gonna
that
bug
banner.
the fucking mods to make sure we get a big ass banner
Yeah.
somewhere.
Oh yeah. Put our
Maybe
names,
Times
put our
Square.
names on the on the Reddit page.
Reddit.
Yeah, the Reddit banner. This is the most
No.
important thing, right?
We're getting up there on MySpace.
The one.
we're going,
no
we're
one's
going
ever-
big. We are going big. So happy we won. I'm gonna. Fuck yeah. Fuck
Yeah.
Draden's
I'm,
girlfriend in 10 years. Oh, it's good.
That's optimistic of you.
Draden.
Poor Drake.
Oh god.
I'm gonna go smoke a fat blunt to celebrate. GG, boys.
Dude, GG's Draden.
Alright, I'm ending my stream here. Thanks for watching.